today. I'm actually banging the gavel quite slowly, although you might thought it was quite fast, because I'm actually a minute ahead of time. And legally, we've got to start at 10 o'clock because that's when we advertise. So I'm now going to declare the meeting open and ask Councillor Collard to read the prayer, and he can read that slowly so it fills in the minute that we're in. Thank you, Councillor Collard.
We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively.
Thank you very much. And I just will say to councillors, we've got a very full agenda today. So I will be keeping us to standing orders. In fact, what I'll be looking for is accepting that we have a 2-minute comment, just so that, and make your points sharp and fast as you can. I'll be standing, doing the thing by standing orders if I need to, because we've got a huge agenda. We've got to get through it, and so just so you can all help and cooperate, that will be great. And I should also just tell you that Anne is leaving the meeting for an hour at 5 minutes to 11 because she's going to be on a roading rail webinar, and it's important that she attends that. So we'll be looking to make sure that, well, she's doing business.
Things that are of interest to me.
Yeah. Well, we can sneak a whole lot of things through without it being here. However, firstly, we've got 2 presentations to have, but before we get to that, part of the reason why we have the audience that we have today is because, I can't remember now, some time ago, I happened to attend the fire brigade function in Broadwood, which was a Broadwood and Kohukoa fire function. And I was told of some of the amazing things that happened in the community. And it occurred to me that what we don't do enough is recognise the people in our community who make a contribution to it. And often people do things that they just take for granted, that they get on because it's part of who they are and what they are and the organisation they belong to. But actually, we, as leaders in our community, should be recognising more of this as we go forward. So there were 2 events that occurred, and just bear with me. I walk, now that I'm in time, I'm allowed to walk quickly. As quickly as my old body will allow me to. So I thought to myself, what I'd like to have happen is that we will organise some certificates of recognition. And as a lot of you will know, I've attended many fire brigade functions and other St John's functions and various organisational functions. But again, and we stand up and we make presentations as a council, or I, on behalf of council, make presentations. But as I say, what also occurred to me is that we actually need to be recognising these people, these organisations, in this case the Kohukoa Fire Brigade, but also the service clubs that there are in our organisation, in our nation, because without them, quite honestly, we just wouldn't survive. In fact, there's a bloody lump here and I nearly tripped over just about needing an ambulance. So, so what I want to do today is firstly read out that there was a fire. This is what came to my attention when I can't remember now who told us, but somebody did. And Friday, the 30th of April, a suspicious fire started in Kohukoa, which destroyed the 130-year-old Masonic Lodge. The Category 2 heritage listed building was one of the oldest surviving lodges in the country and was a much-loved icon in the North Okianga. Without the heroic efforts of neighbours using garden hoses and firefighters, it's likely more historic buildings as homes would have been lost. Firefighters Eva Walker, Lindsay Davison were the first to arrive at the station after the siren sounded. Given the urgency, Kohukoa Fire Chief Neil Matheson, who lives further away, told them to go ahead while he caught up. Eva got the pump going while Lindsay attacked the fire. They fought the blaze alone for the crucial first 10 minutes. When Neil arrived, they set up a second hose and another water supply from a neighbour's tank. It was just the three of them until the backup arrived from Okaihau, Broadwood, Ahipara and Kaitaia. As the fire took hold, neighbours sprang into action, hosing down Lavender Cottage and removing photos from the walls. Lavender Cottage was only minutes away from being burnt down. So as a consequence, I'd like these people to come forward, please. And I'll try not to trip over. Can I ask Lindsay Davis to come forward, please? You might be a politician, I am. Can I ask Eva Walker to come forward, please? Neil Matheson. And then can we have the neighbours who helped, Shannon and Malcolm Tyndall? Sean Butler. Sean, by the way, just so everybody understands, is a newcomer to the Hokianga. He's only been here 45 years and just new. Got to be in the Hokianga 428 days. And Brian Crooks, where are you, Brian? Right, now, if you'd all come and just stand here. Stand here. Just stand in a line, just so everyone can see. Yeah, don't come over. All good? There you go. One for the road. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
I just want to say a few words I've written down here. Sorry, John.
Don't trip over.
Okay. I just wanted to introduce the three of us firefighters, which John's already done. So we'd like to thank you for this acknowledgement and in turn acknowledge the appreciation of our community brought before us today. For us as firefighters, it is more simply about doing what our whole team trains to do. That is to achieve the best possible result with the resources we have at the time. Firefighters are busier in areas like here in Kaikoui, face similar situations nearly every week. We are not sure how bravery equates to doing our job, but we do recognise bravery to be in the people who in this case were not trained to act, who did so in the face of a potentially frightening situation and who were prepared with the will to help protect the lives and property of their neighbours without a second thought. We are here today not so much for this award but to acknowledge both the folks who helped when they did not have to in the situations that they were not prepared for, and for those who have their lives devastated with their very personal loss of property and possessions. They are the brave ones in such situations. In a sense, it is a shame things come to this. If we had a full complement of a crew available that morning, we would most likely not be achieving this award today. If the brigade had sufficient numbers to buffer the inevitable absences and occasional injuries, and while of course we would, and we will, do it all again. The three of us would, without a heartbeat, exchange this award for a few extra firefighters in the Kohu team. Thank you.
So again, I just say, Neil, thank you for those words, and our heartfelt thanks to you all, and particularly those neighbours who, as has been pointed out, turned up and put their lives at risk to save other people's properties, and we appreciate that very much. But I also just want to say again, this is an acknowledgement, well, it's Kohu in this case, acknowledge all the good work that's done by our service people. And quite honestly, we don't give enough recognition, so thank you very much. There's one other certificate that I want to hand out, except that Mac is not here, but I just want to read this out because there was a flood at Pawaringa. Pawaringa Road and surrounding areas were flooded. The Broadwood Fire Brigade were called out at night to rescue 3 people trapped in a car in the flood. The Ahipara Brigade had also been called out and asked to bring a surf boat with them. The Broadwood Brigade arrived to find 3 people sitting in the window of their car in the flood, which was up the top of the surrounding fences and covering the road in a deep ditch. The brigade personnel couldn't reach them on foot through the flood, not having at that time equipment suited to the occasion. One of the fire personnel managed to get closer to them by negotiating a paddock and could ascertain that the occupants had been in the flood for over an hour and a half, their car having been caught in a swift current and turned around. The occupants were unable to swim, and the fire personnel were concerned that they would soon be suffering from hypothermia. Unfortunately, the message to bring a surf boat hadn't been passed on to Ahipara, and so didn't arrive. It was a great relief to all when Macca Proctor, a young fellow from Pawaringa, arrived out of the darkness in his dinghy and encouraged the 3 occupants to crawl onto the dinghy and sit in the front. Although he tried, the current was too swift for him to return to dry land. Fortunately, the fire brigade was able to get him a rope and eventually pull the dinghy and its occupants slowly towards the fence line to safety. The fire brigade praised Macca for his arrival and the calm and efficient way he carried out the rescue. I'd like to formally acknowledge Macca for the bravery he's shown in this situation. Can we give Macca a certificate which I'll present to him. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to arrive today. I think it may be something to do with our road. Oh, no. But anyway, I'll certainly make sure that Matthew gets this, and he's a fine young lad, again, an example of why we can be proud to be New Zealanders. Thank you all very much. Right, thank you for that, and again, thank you for all of those who have turned out from the Hokianga, and again, we really do appreciate it. Now, we have 2 submissions to be made, and I first of all want to call on Kerry. If you would, Kerry is from Ahipara. It's to do with the footpath from Ahipara to Kaitaia, and I've asked her to come and make a presentation to us. Thank you, Kerry. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for inviting me here today to present to you the need for a footpath from Ahipara to Kaitaia. My name's Kerry, and I grew up in Kaitaia. My father was Les Ogle, and he was a prominent figure in Northland, being the officer in charge of the then Opori Forest. I'm a nurse, and I have a genuine concern for people's health, for people's safety, and for people's well-being. Mark and I live in Mangawhai, my husband, and we're volunteers, trustees on the Te Aroha Trail. For those of you who don't know, the Te Aroha Trail was also known as New Zealand's Long Pathway, which extends from Cape Reinga in the north to Bluff in the south. It's a 3,000 kilometre walking trail. Mark and I did this journey in the summer of 2018 and 2019. We walked the length of New Zealand, taking us 6 months. It was a wonderful experience. And as part of trustees on the trail, one of our aims and our objects is to get people off the roads and onto footpaths. 15% of the trail is on the road, and one of those roads is that dangerous Kaitaia-Awaroa Road from Ahipara to Kaitaia, where the walkers have to walk on the road. Last year, we had 800 registered walkers on the Te Aroha Trail. That's an awful lot of people walking along that stretch of road from Ahipara to Kaitaia with little or no provision of a footpath. A footpath from Ahipara to Kaitaia will not only provide a safe passage for our Te Aroha walkers, but it also will provide a safe path for our local residents, for our school children, and for visitors. They'll have a safe place to walk, and it also will promote driver safety. The drivers won't have to worry about looking out for people on the road. The footpath will be a place for people to be able to exercise and walk on, thus improving mental, physical health and well-being, and improving fitness and overall health. We're getting more visitors to Northland all the time, and the footpath will help bring about economic return. The footpath will be a tangible asset. It will be something that the people of Northland will be proud of, something they can use. It's something the council will be proud of, that we provided for the people of Northland. The construction of a basic aggregate footpath in the meantime and for the meantime to keep our people safe will create job employment for local people where they can learn a new trade, they can upskill and gain employment. Having the footpath will link the two communities together, Kaitaia and Ahipara. It'll reconnect the people to their places. It'll bring about cultural awareness where Kaitaia and Ahipara can showcase their history and their heritage. I've been made aware that there is a proposal for a dual cycleway walkway. And it's been brought to my attention, there is one here in the southern Northland, a cycleway. But where is ours in Northland, in the far north, in the Te Huku Award? We need a cycleway, we need a walkway for Northland. But let's stage and have a staged approach. Let's provide a basic footpath in the meantime to keep our people safe with a long-term planning and long-term vision of a dual walkway cycleway. I have a vision in my head of a loop cycleway walkway, Kaitaia to Kaitaia. Cyclists and recreation walkers are adventurous people. They'll go anywhere for their next stroll. So you could cycle from Kaitaia down to Ahipara, along to Taui, coming off at Waipapakari ramp, going to Waipapakari, refreshments at the Waipapakari Hotel, or even staying a night there. Then on into Awanui and the Ancient Kauri Museum, visiting that, learning about the history of the ancient kauri and the gum digging days, back into Kaitaia to the Ahu Centre, where there's more information, wonderful information about Northland's cultural, Northland's history and heritage. Brilliant idea. We just need funding from the government and funding from the council so this plan and this vision can go forward. I've spoken to a number of people in Ahipara, and they have all voiced their concern to me about the dangers of walking along this Kaita Awaroa Road. They tell me they've been asking council since 2009 for a footpath. That's 12 years. That's a long time. And that's a long wait. And I've read that the Far North District Council speed limit bylaws for 2021 states the Kaita Awaroa Road is one of the highest risk roads in Northland for serious injury and fatal crashes. So I urge you all to consider, and I urge you to prioritise a basic footpath in the meantime and for the meantime to keep our people in Northland safe, keep our school children safe, to keep visitors safe and our local people in Northland safe. After all, what is the most important thing in the world? He aha te mea nui o te ao. It's he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It's the people, it's the people, it's the people. Kia ora. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me today, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Shannon. We really do appreciate you, the time you've come. I know you've got lots of support.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I didn't realise that who your father was, so it's not easy to make that connection. And I do know that Felicity and Dave and Maddie and Adele will be all working on this issue for you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for taking the time to come down and be with us tonight.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for the kind words. Bye.
Now, Dennis, can we ask you to come forward and make the presentation?
Doesn't appear to be working. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Mayor John, councillors, senior executive council, management and staff. I'd just like to firstly thank you all very much for having the opportunity of coming and presenting to you. My name is Dennis Corbett. I represent and have been engaged by the owner of this significant property holding to work with him for what might be able to be achieved as we move forward. Firstly, the proposed development is supported by, and I'd like to acknowledge right here and now and thank those from Ngāti Ria, the Bow Islands Golf Club, Vision Kerikeri, our Kerikeri, for their support of the project to date. I do have apologies from Kipper Munro and Nora Ramaka. They could not attend today, but they wanted me to acknowledge their support. Very much the golf club members that are here, committee members and president that are here also today. This this image here shows the proposed development that we're talking about, and it gives an idea of, I'll just get the button here, there we go. This is the area there. Now this is the client I'm working with owns this property here. This property here is obviously the golf course that is not owned, and is at this stage it's still under discussion as to whether that would be part of the development. For that to be part of the development, there would need to be a 70% majority vote, and we've been working with the executive and committee members. They are in support, but it does need to go to the members as yet. But I just wanted to show the whole site there. Obviously, this is State Highway 10, Waipapa Road, the bypass, and Kerikeri Road. Kerry Township there, Waipapa here, of course, and this area here is the new sports hub that the council are working through and developing at the present point in time. It just gives an idea of the significance of this property and the opportunity that we have moving forward. You will have seen our submission gives Kerikeri Town Centre another entry and exit option that will reduce the congestion on Kerikeri Road. It will also provide much needed housing and connectivity to Waipapa and the new sports fields with 8 to 10 kilometres of walkways and cycleways connecting the development, with Kerikeri Town Centre, Waipapa, through to the Stone Store and Te Aurua. We're planning for a 130 to 150 room 4.5-star hotel. We're planning for a new golf course. We're planning apartment blocks. We're planning play areas and plenty of green spaces, duplexes in clusters, and single dwelling lots for housing. And we're also planning a medical centre. I'd just like to point out that this stage is in the planning stage. We have nothing concrete, nothing's definite. It's in the planning stage and we're still consulting. We have consulted so far with Ngāti Rīha. We've consulted with Vision Kerikeri, Our Kerikeri, Bay of Islands Golf Club, council planners and some elected members, hotel consultants, landscape architects, golf course designers, Waka Koto, New Zealand Transport Authority, wastewater systems provider and solar power provider also. These are the people we've consulted with to date. There is a lot more consultation to go on, but this is where we're at currently. We're working with currently. During this consultation, we've worked to address issues or concerns these community groups and indeed FNDC might have. We can continue to work with these groups and the wider community to ensure we have their support and input on the project. These discussions have been on culture, the environment, connectivity, health and well-being, employment and economic benefits for the community as a whole. Sorry. Oh, sorry, down at the bottom, I missed the one at the bottom there. And addressing some of the road and traffic issues Kerry has at times, like 8:30 to 9 this morning, 12 till 1, 3 till 5. We all know what it's like. We will be providing, should this proceed, 200 or 300 permanent employment opportunities for local people at the hotel and new golf course. We will be providing much needed housing and addressing the property shortage, which is one aspect of what is putting so much upward pressure on prices. It is primarily a supply and demand issue that will be addressed. Kerikeri and the far north is rapidly becoming an even more desirable place to live and work, and it will continue to do so. I'm sure we'll all agree on that. We will be providing a much needed alternative entry-exit to Kerikeri, which will take some pressure off Kerikeri Road, Waipapa Road, and improve the prospects of any intensification in the town area. The project would target to be rolled out over a 5 or 15 year period, or sooner if we possibly could, or it could be done. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the FNDC to support the project for the benefit of the whole community. We wish to continue to working with FNDC as we have to date and appreciate the support and guidance we've also received so far. It is our intention to make an application to the Infrastructure Fund and hope that FNDC would support this. Apart from this possible funding, the project would be primarily self-funded and self-supporting project. In summary, it's our desire to involve the community, to involve and support local iwi and having a significant cultural awareness. It's our desire to create an environmentally friendly special area zone that will be admired and supported by locals and visitors to the area. It's to provide additional roading that will improve traffic flows in and out of Kerry Town Centre and the proposed development. It's to provide connectivity between Waipapa, the sports fields and Kerikeri. To provide between 8 and 10 kilometres of cycleways connecting all points for the enjoyment and well-being of locals and visitors. To enhance and protect the existing wetland and bush area around Rainbow Falls with significant native planting. To provide a new high-quality golf course and facilities with a 4.5-star hotel complex, creating, as I was saying earlier, between 200 and 300 new employment opportunities. It's to provide a medical centre to cater for the significant increase in population. Almost impossible to see a doctor in Kerikeri at the moment, certainly at short notice. So this has come about by recognising the areas and communities' needs and being able to address them by way of developing a significant land holding that is held by a single entity in a strategic location. Now, this plan that I have up there at the moment is we've been working on for probably 18 months or 2 years, and it does show the entire development. I was saying earlier that this is not owned by the people I represent, it's owned by the golf course, but discussions are proceeding with them because ideally this cannot proceed without 70% of the members of the golf club agreeing to it. This orange road there is a connecting road that will go out to State Highway 10. Initial discussion we've had with NZTA, they've indicated support for roundabout to go in there. So this would be a direct access road. There would be no private access coming off that to houses. That would be a through road. This particular road here is a second or minor road access to Waipapa, going out through onto Waipapa Road, sorry. We would realign this Waitotra Drive here, so it comes on just there, and there's only one exit going out onto Waipapa Road. Obviously Waipapa Road there, the bypass, Kerikeri Road, and State Highway 10.
Dennis, I'll just get you to wind up if you would.
Sure. Okay, just so quickly wind up, this is available, of course, anytime, open for discussion. What I'd just like to do now is, before committing to a 2 million to 3 million investment required for the development of a master plan, we are keen to know if the MDC would support this project and application for a special area zone or not, in principle. And just to round off, if I may, John, it would be nice to have FNDC agree to support our proposal, project and application for the special area zone right here and now, but I know that's not realistic. It would be nice. It would be, sorry, John?
We'll just wave a wand.
Great, thank you. It would be appreciated if communication concerns and questions post this meeting so we can respond to them. I'd like to point out the owner of the property has never been involved in development of this nature before and is certainly not reliant on it proceeding or for any financial gains it may bring with it. However, the owner is committed to working with all community groups and iwi to make this very special property something that FNDC, iwi and the community and visitors will enjoy and treasure, while addressing many issues facing us here, right here and now. It also has the potential to continue addressing the area community needs in the medium and longer term. I had an email from the owner, Steve Brownlee, last night, and he summed it up by saying, our number one priority is to ensure we do something really impressive here for Kerikeri. If any proposal doesn't add something beautiful to the town, we're not interested in doing it. He did add, anything we do have will need to make economic sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Can I just say thank you for the work you've been doing on it, and thank you for the communication you and I have had. Appreciate that very much. We'll be looking for Sean, Dean and others to keep us informed and make recommendations. So thank you, really appreciate it. Thank you both for coming today. And thank you. All right, we will now move on. Thank you for that. So we'll now move on to the agenda. And the first thing that I need to do is apologies and declarations are one of those, and we can, thank you, Dennis, we can make declarations of interest as and when. So I have a number of mayoral announcements, but I don't need to take those now. I will hold that space open until we get through the agenda, and there's a number of things that will cover going through the agenda anyway. So I want us to come to item 5, notice of motion proposed by Councillor Raj. On page 12, folks, of your. Matty, you're in your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Well, you all know the story regarding Kaumama. This all started way back in February of this year, where a certain group on the road threatened to close the road by putting the gate across. I called for an urgent meeting, which was attended by 150 people plus, to try and resolve the situation. I said, look, we'll put try and get a surveyor in to survey the road, which was done by Von Sturmer. They were reluctant to do it because their comment to me, it is a legal road, why waste ratepayers' money? I said, look, get it done, which they did. They came back, it's a legal road. That was not enough for those parties in concern that's causing the problem. So council decided to put it to the Swartz report, and that came back on the 22nd of April. It is a legal road. We've had several meetings since. One was on the 25th, was the last one on the 25th of June, which our chief executive attended. And where have we gone? Basically nowhere. Sean, and I know where Sean is coming from, he asked if we can just hold back a minute because and I know the family, the Heckers wanted to go to the Maryland court, and I've just been told that they're going to do it now. Why didn't they do it straight away when they found out that the road is legal? I did mention to council, I remember that I have been dealing with the Māori court over my mum's land. And when you go to the Maori court, it takes many, many months and years. And since my mum's one, it's 7 years now, and we still haven't got a result. Now, the road is being blocked, not blocks up, but it's been squeezed together by tyres, rocks, etc., etc. The grader can't even get through it. There was a complaint by several members who live in that community to come out and have a look. I went out there on Tuesday, and it's bad. It's bad. The other thing we're having a problem out there is when vehicles go past the abuse that's been thrown at them. This is what goes on. The other one in regard to putting speed humps, I think it is very important we do that in the village of Kaumama. We need to put speed humps there. There's no question about that. I remember a couple of years ago with Mayor and I, we put speed humps down at 90 Mile Beach because that was a problem there, and we got them done within 6 weeks. They were up. So we need to do that. So that's all I have to say. I'm not going to go on and on, but we need to move quickly on this. If we keep delaying it, something's bad's going to happen. I can tell you right now. People have had enough. Not only the people in Kaumama, the the people that go out and fish on East Beach, you know, and the many use that beach for fishing, and also to launch the boats, etc. We can't be held ransom by one or two families. It's a legal road. Let's move on. Let's clear the debris that's causing the problems, and then everyone will be happy. Thank you, Mr.
And I take it you're moving your notice of
You
motion.
move that motion?
Right, I intend to second it, and then I'm going to, I know there are other councillors who want to speak, but I'm going to ask Sean. I'll second it so it can be discussed. Sean, I'll ask you to comment on it, please, and then we'll take comments from councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to start by acknowledging Councillor Radich and the group, the concerned group in the public that have been represented by him this morning. It's real, and I understand entirely the case he's putting. The councillor and I work quite closely together along with councillors Foy and Collard, and of course with the mayor. And the first time we went out to Kaimomo, there was a really active group of maybe 80 people. But there were both schools of thought inside that. Tracy Hecker is the representative for the group who objects to the amount of speed, noise, dust and litter that happens along that coastal road as people get their boats down to launch. And they put their speed bumps in place and the signage in place to try and reduce their personal discomfort around that. And they claim that this road is actually their private land. This is not, I just emphasise, this isn't a traditional or commonly understood Māori land claim or tribally based dispute over land. It is a private property, and the dispute's just been over whether the boundary includes the coastal road or not. And on the other side of the fence, a lot of people just want the road fixed because we've held off while this dispute's being managed. And for the tyres and things that have been put there unilaterally to be taken away. We have gone out and removed a gate which actually closed the road. That was changed off at the post and moved whilst we talked with Tracy and her group. But certainly there's a group out there that really want unimpeded access out to the boat launch. So there's two sides of the community. It's a small community and it's at risk of getting torn over this issue, and so I just want to acknowledge that how closely the members have worked on with both groups and how calm everything has been. To the point where we've ended up now is that we've extensively surveyed and taken advice on the status of the road. I'm very confident for council that it is a public road. We presented to Tracy, who I've enjoyed working with, all of the material that we've got, so there's full transparency, and invited them to go and have a look at it with their families and to come back to us. I had really hoped that they would say, okay, look, fair enough, and in any case, why would we want to, as a private interest, why would we want to maintain a road like that, because that's quite an expensive thing to do. Indications from Tracy is that she would rather go to the Māori Land Court with us, and that's the relationship we've got. Let's go to the Māori Land Court, let's get a third party ruling on this. And I've said to them, if we're told we're wrong as a council, I'll be the first person to apologise. And she's undertaken with me to also take heed of what the Land Court would decide. So that's where we're at. I feel like we've come such a long way, and we just need to go and get that third-party opinion. And at that point, I expect they'll remove the tyres themselves. We'll be able to maintain the road properly again, and we would put some. I'm saying without approval that I need, but we would very likely put some speed bumps in there at that stage and get that road under control in a way that would suit the Heckers. But we haven't quite completed that last step. So I go back to finish with the councillor. He is representing a group that wants more urgency than that. I'm just concerned that if we go in there and forcibly remove those speed inhibitors and any signage that we don't consider correct, that we'll just end up on the telly for the wrong reasons. And but for a bit of time, we could actually have quite a peaceful outcome. Look, that's only my opinion as a CEO. This councillor is my employer and you are my leader, so I just take what advice and direction we get here. But I would finish by saying The other half of this notice of motion about putting speed humps in on the sealed piece of road is something that staff are most inclined to help with, because there's a lot of boy racing going on out there, and it's a really little community, and there are some things we can help council with on that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I'm going to ask Felicity and then Dave, who have been involved, and then I'll ask other councillors.
Thank you, Commissioner. First of all, thank you to Councillor Rada for bringing this formally to the council table. We've done a number of site visits, and Councillor Rada in particular is really good at the site visits and knowing the locals' concern. He's a lot of history with that area. In terms of the motion, number 1A, 100% agree with that. What the residents raised at the time of the site visit, the hui on the reserve there, is not only about the speed but the lack of footpaths. So there's literally nowhere for children, families, etc. to walk, because it's just private properties and then the road. And people are driving at speed along that straight stretch of road past residential housing and through the reserve. That's a danger concern as well. In our council, we have the Tourism Infrastructure Fund for seasonal or peak traffic, which is in summertime when the population explodes, and this is a clear route that people launch boats, go to the harbour, go to East Beach, let alone for the Tonga and Olivia that provide for their houses as well, that aren't necessary on the tar seal. So that was really supported by everyone in the community, and they highlighted that from the start of the 50k era, where the residential houses are to pass the reserve where the toilets are, which have already been provided from the Tourism Infrastructure Fund. So B, part of the motion, removal of legal obstacles. So at the moment there's really large, sharp boulders and old tyres that have been put on the carriageway of the road. What the residents on Māori land have identified is that it's not just the dispute of ownership of the road, it's also the reverse sensitivity issue. So the dust and the vibration and the noise associated with all of the traffic that access the beach that way. Our roading representatives and CORP would be well aware about the effects of dust on residents. Their buddy is really close to the road. So she highlighted it isn't just about ownership. So B talks about the removing of the legal obstacles, I think, and what I've raised to our CEO is the potential for traffic calming options on the middle road. Infrangible, I don't know what, but there are rocks and tyres that may be a temporary solution that we can have there that slows the traffic and will act as the tyres and rocks, but maybe in a safe way, because we can't put speed bumps on the road. So that would be part of the motion, and look to amend part C would be the traffic calming issues, and might just be as simple as putting kind of boxes there, or I'm not sure, something that the residents are happy with other than rocks and tyres.
Thank you for the lead, Councillor Collard.
Certainly, this is something that's been festering for the year. It's probably been festering a lot longer than that. But I certainly support the speed humps in terms of the pastoral section of the road, and that is something that is required before the start of the next summer season, which is not very far away. And that's just for basic safety of individuals, because it is an area that explodes in terms of the population, not like it currently is. Probably here right now, there are more empty houses than full ones. But as we get into the season, there are people everywhere constantly, whether they are residential or visiting for fishing purposes or whatever recreational purpose they come for. So the speed humps are critical for the safety of the people. And along with that, of course, what Felicity just spoken about in terms of footpaths, absolutely necessary. moving on to the legality of the road, certainly we are of the opinion that it is a legal road and that's been reinforced. But one of the things we have not done is treated it like a legal road. If any of you have been out there, that section of road is pretty bloody shitty, for want of a better word. I'm concerned also with the relationship with the Maori population there, and it's my belief is that if they are happy to go to the Maori Land Court and are prepared to abide by that, then I think that's where we should go. I support Sean on that. However, it would be necessary still to treat that piece of road as a legal road and put it in position with traffic calming and maybe as a result of that, the obstacles that are there can be removed. But certainly I believe that we've got a wait in terms of the Maori Land Court. But treat the road like it's a road. It's a track, apparently.
Thank you, Councillor Clyde. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to start by acknowledging Councillor Radish for bringing this to the table. I think what it highlights for me more than anything is that as an organisation we need to work on how our communities navigate our processes because as elected members sitting at the table we also aren't entirely aware of how we support our communities to work towards an outcome. From what I understand of what's been outlined this morning and what's in the report, this is a community that's looking to ensure their safety is the outcome that they're looking for. And I see our role from a governance point of view to enable that, but not by providing operational direction or solutions. So unfortunately, I won't be supporting this today. I will, however, when I read this report last week, I asked a question as to whether or not this notice of motion was supported by technical staff. I received a really great response from the NTA yesterday, and my apologies, I was unwell, so I've only just read it this morning and I didn't have a chance to circulate it to fellow elected members. But Your Worship, I'd actually like to ask if we could have some technical advice on this notice of motion from NTA. They have compiled a really good report with some key findings, and I think that it would be useful information to have tabled here today to ensure that elected members are making a fully informed decision.
Thank you. I'm prepared to allow that to happen.
So through the chair, in a minute I would like to invite Aaron to make a comment. But I would also flag that what hasn't been considered currently in the notice of motion is the cost of implementing either the any traffic calming or footpath initiative, if that's the way elected members wish to go, and if it is the way elected members wish to go, I would like an additional item that reflects the unbudgeted money to support the delivery of those activities.
Thank you, Aaron.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Through the chair, the Roading Department submitted late yesterday a report that outlines the process and some recommendations, preliminary recommendations regarding speed limit measures or traffic calming measures that could be implemented on Kaimama Village, specifically the motion for the sealed section of Kaimama Road. In the report, it highlights the process for any traffic calming arrangements within a community requires quite a high degree of consultation. The consultation hasn't been taken in advance through the concept scheme plan. The concept plan currently available as of late yesterday shows a scenario of what we call road cushions. They've been successfully implemented in Rawene. They are temporary in nature in terms of the material nature of them. They will wear down with time. They don't take up the whole road space, so they don't require drainage infrastructure to be engineered around it, so they can be put in relatively quickly, low cost. For the current arrangement tabled, when it gets circulated to members, it looks like about $20,000 for maybe 5 or 4 specific locations. This could be tailored based on community consultation to more or less numbers. So if you only needed 2 or 3, it may be only $10,000 worth of work. And where and what that actually looks like would be the outcome of some good community consultation. And we understand that that would be taken up quite well. We agree that the alignment of timing for summer would be a good time to implement, subject to available budget being available, being confirmed. And being that there are cushions and potentially temporary in nature, there may be, through the consultation process, a desire to say, can we have them there for the summer peak season and then removed? And these are this is part of that innovative street landscape that communities and council should pursue further. With respect to the commentary on the unsealed formation of the road to the beach access, which we agree on council's position is currently and has been to all our knowledge a public legal road, and we maintain that road as an unsealed road at a low level of service. It has tidal inundation, so it actually, when people say it looks like a track, it acts as a track. It's a boat and beach access. It has four-wheel drive restrictions once you get to the end of the road and go to the beach. So while we have a low level of service, which is acknowledged, it's currently deemed fit for purpose. Upgrade of a road, is always welcomed when money is available, but it has challenges with sea ingress in certain locations. The community have for some time complained about dust management issues. We know that there are some items, specifically tyres. I haven't seen the rocks myself placed. We've been active with that community in trying to trial some innovative, low-cost recycled speed calming arrangements. We had a trial done on Dodds Road, south of Kaitaia, where we used compliant traffic management devices to create a chicane. That trial showed some success, but it's very expensive material. It's a very high level of service type compliant device sitting in a very low speed environment, low traffic use environment, which is similar to Kaimama, and expensive for its context. So we were working with that community, the Hika family, on how we could do a project of recycling tyres, painting them, attaching marker pegs that were reflective and safe, going through a trial that needs still further endorsement through the safety department based on its implementation. The implementation hasn't been successful with respect to the landowners there constantly removing or readjusting the layout. So we're in the throes of picking that up and going to another community to try and demonstrate the value and success. This is specific to roads that are low volume, low speed, unsealed roads. It's an innovation. It's not to be assumed that we've gone and made a decision and we're doing something. It fits the model of innovation, development and low speed management environments under a LATAM philosophy. And there are many parts of our rural community where they will not qualify for any extension in any short time. They will not qualify for dust suppressant due to the traffic volumes and speeds, yet they have a problem. So we've tried to come up with this innovation, and that's why it's a trial, because it's still got to be implemented and tested and endorsed by qualified safety experts. That's the conclusion of what we know about Kaimau Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We appreciate that. So can you just tell us that the traffic calming that you speak of, that would obviously also mean that the tyres and the rocks and so on would disappear? Is that?
So specific to the report provided to the motion raised by Councillor Radich for speed humps on the sealed section of road in Kaimau.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay. So with respect to the opportunities to help the customers have less dust nuisance, we would like to continue with our innovations of alternative recycled traffic calming devices endorsed by the safety team. If that could be implemented, the removal of, and as I understand it, I'd understood the other older tyres had been removed and I wasn't aware of rocks. However, we do know that we have ongoing challenges where as soon as we set something up, we have a photo that following evening of it in a different arrangement. And that lack of control is one of the risks with the trial, and we're about to, if we cannot get to a successful arrangement with that stakeholder of interfering, we're going to have to pack it up. And ultimately, the position of roading is the road carriageway must be free of obstacles. Okay, the carriageway. However, what people do is difficult for us to manage.
Thank you. Can I just ask also, our legal advisor will be able to help us with this, the suggestion of going to the Mary Land Court. The challenge with that is how timely will it be, because there is a mood in the community generally that this needs to be addressed pre-Christmas, before summer. And I've got to say, I'd be surprised if we were able to get a case before the Mary Land Court and a decision made within that time, but you may be able to advise us otherwise.
I can give no guarantees with regards to the Murray Land Court.
It could.
We've got one matter in front of the Murray Land Court, which we heard in January, early February this year.
We're still waiting for
the Murray Land Court's minutes on that particular issue. So it's really difficult to actually predict. I'm in the Murray Land Court on Wednesday next week. With regards to a injunction claim against council, which was filed in June. So the first time they've been able to make a call on the thing is a month later. And if you take a look at the Pānui matters run for years in there, it's a very difficult forum to actually, unfortunately, there's no stopping us actually seeking a declarative from that court, which would probably be a faster way to go if that was an issue. But the issue that of it being freehold land or on council-owned land, the road and a public road, is absolutely beyond doubt. I've gone through it a number of times, and I'm quite convinced.
Thank you, George. That's helpful. So it's more likely to be longer than short.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the Murray Land Courts are the ones themselves, and they do take their time. As I said, I'm amazed with the judge next week to see if there is that due process. We're making some inquiries even today to see if that's possible. There's no guarantees, particularly if the documents haven't even been filed.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Thanks. Mayor and I just, my thought and comment is that I have, in principle, have no issue with the speed bumps, and I have no issue with looking at traffic calming. But given the tense nature of the situation there, and given the dispute about the road, I was just wondering if, sounded as the CE said that there was a good point we've arrived at with the local Māori there, so why can't we actually say to them in good faith, can we work with, say, our roading team to look at traffic calming techniques that are safe, be it painted tyres or whatever it be, and therefore get them involved in removing dangerous obstacles such as rocks or anything else. So that we on the basis that we will go and sign and follow up on the land court, get a clear one way or the other decision on who owns the road. And in the meantime, I think staff continues to look at speed bumps put through the township and the village there, especially the cushions, which was mentioned, given it's such a small spot.
Thank you. Councillor Clements.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hurst just has outlined a plan if indeed, and you can see looking at a map that it could be a bit of a racetrack that's strict with RCL, so anything we can do to slow vehicles.
Don't look as if
in terms of obstruction, tyres, goodness knows what else being spread around the road, we need to act on that. We can't allow that to happen. I'm aware later in our agenda, we're looking at an issue where encroachment on public land was deemed unacceptable 5 years ago. 5 years later, we're still arguing about it. We can't allow these things to drag on indefinitely. If people are acting illegally and blocking public road, they need to be held to account, I believe. If you can't, I I could start blocking my street. I've got reason to occasionally. A certain developer who offends me on a weekly basis. But it's not an acceptable course of action, and if people are acting illegally, so if we can wrap that in the context of saying, well, you've got to abide by the rules and stop inflicting these apparently dangerous items and blocking the road illegally. And on the other side of that, yes, we'll endeavour to negotiate a better outcome for everybody, maybe involved or land court. But I think we have to take a really strong position that people are acting illegally and blocking what is clearly a public road. We can't tolerate that. Why would we? Otherwise, everybody else who feels the need or the inclination can start acting illegally, knowing the council won't respond to it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Kelly?
Thank you, Councillor Radich, for all your work on this and our CE. I know it's been quite a volatile discussion out in the community. I haven't met the members that live along that dusty portion of road, but I'm sure their feelings are similar to some of the residents that I've had to go and meet out in the other parts of our district about dusty roads, and especially as Councillor Clendon mentioned, the straight road, the nature of the, what that road is, and the wind coming off the ocean, creating for the residents that live in those houses. And like I said at the last council meeting or the one before, talking about speed limits and reductions, we've got to remember when we're making decisions around this table, think about the people. When you're driving along a road, think about the people that you're driving past, the lifestyles that they're trying to live, the water that they're trying to collect off the roofs, the washing they're trying to dry with dusty roads, the sleep they're trying to get with cars racing by with a noisy trailered boat. Even if that speed is 50 along there, you could go faster than that. And people are going faster than 50 along there. It's not something that is going to be fixed quickly. The Māori Land Court does take time for the right reasons. I really just commend the staff to keep working with the people that are on the dusty roads, because this solution doesn't help them. It slows down traffic in that village, but it's actually not mitigating the it's not helping those, the ones further down that are living next to the dusty road. And yeah, this is not finished.
So, and you're right, Kelly, there's a whole number of people who have dust problems. They're not taking the law into their own hands. That's the only difference between us, and we have to be mindful of that. I hear what you say, but I mean, if we could, we would fix it all tomorrow. It's a matter of whether we can or not.
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
There are a number of people living along dusty roads that are about to, do what Kaumau are doing.
And if we allow that to happen, then we're in trouble.
But I think talking like that just, raises, we've
got to just talking like you do does as well.
Calming it down.
Exactly. All right, thank you. So, Moko, you want to make comments?
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Yeah, I acknowledge the issue that's been presented before us by Councillor Radich, and I'm from Mitimiti, rural, dusty, Cousins Drive 120, right past the school. There are issues throughout our whole district, but I just want to pipe up for the townies. There are processes that need to happen here, and it is incredibly frustrating in Hoha and dangerous too for our residents, but I'll speak for Kaikohe, because here in Kaikohe itself, we have wide roads. We have boy races here. We want speed humps in town as well to protect the tamariki that are walking up and down here as well. But there are processes. I'm glad this came to the table because it reminded me of an RFS that fell out of my mind, that I didn't follow up. It was supposed to come through the LTP around this and it didn't. I would really appreciate, I guess, I've sent some inquiries again, but appreciate, I guess, a framework for the proper process around getting speed bumps or traffic calming measures for our entire district, because yes, here in Kaimomo this has come to our table here, but I know that we need better, I personally want a better understanding of this process for our community here in Kaikohe, for our miti, for our Kaimomo, so that we can understand, and if it is that the process is a notice of motion that is successful at this table, well then you can probably expect another, how many towns do we have, how many settlements do we have, another 50 to come to this table. So I'm afraid of setting a precedent by supporting this at this table, knowing that I do want this for this community. When I think if my nan was living in Kaimomo and this is happening there, well, I want to support that, but also knowing that, is this a can of worms we're opening, or what is the proper process? I know the Māori Land Court can be hoha. You said, George, it's unfortunate that they're a law unto themselves. It's actually fortunate they're a law unto themselves, because it provides extra protection for Māori land, and it's unfortunate the length of time it takes, but that is just the fact of the matter. But I probably cannot support this. In my heart I can support it, in my mind with my council hat on, for fairness across our communities, I probably cannot support this, unfortunately.
All right, thank you. We've all had a go. I think I'll
say,
give you a right of reply. Can I just make?
Yeah, I just want to say in regard to dusty roads, we have a policy, and Darren's aware of that. And on metal roads, a house is going to be inside 25 metres to get a dust suppression. And we are going to do that in Kaumau, but there's only one house. It's only one house. The rest are well out, are beyond the 25 metres. And we need to tread very carefully on this, because this happened a couple of years ago on Spones Road, where they were doing dust suppression on a metal road, and the house were 80 metres away, 60 to 80 metres away. So, you know, we got that rule in. So we need to, you know, to observe, to realise, you know, that's an important thing.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the 25 metre criteria is correct, and it's caveat to 3 other criteria of, and must have speed environment greater than 65 kilometres assessed by the roading department, and have more than 130 vehicles a day, and of those 130 vehicles a day, 30 must be heavies. So the 25 metres is one criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corley wants to move an amendment.
Thank you, Worship. So as I highlighted when I spoke, I wanted to add in the part C, that traffic calming measures on the metal portion of Kaimomo Road be initiated. They've been spoken about from staff, and it's really just to highlight the fact that those tyres and rocks are really unsafe. Yep. And it's not just a reason about the legality of the road, it's actually the reverse sensitive issues of the dust. Yep. As well. So if we can have a safe option while we're sorting out the legality of the road, I think that's the best option for the community. Also about, just to respond to Councillor Tipinia, that this isn't just a standard road, this is directly affecting the summer season from tourism. And I want to highlight that to the staff, as part of our tourism infrastructure fund application, that this is an issue that's there to me.
Second, you want to second that? Thank you, Councillor Collo. All right, we'll deal with the, it's up on the board for us.
Sorry, Your Worship, can we have some response from staff about C and the cost implications, please?
Budgets for all of this.
Yeah. Yep. Is it within low cost, low risk?
Can we have a comment on the cost, please, Aaron?
With respect to costs, and Sandy can confirm for me, my understanding is that due to the hierarchy and other low cost, low risk projects that are prioritised and controlled site by site by Michael Kotahi, the co-funder, we can't confirm that this would trigger or would achieve subsidised funding. This would be 100% FNDC funding to be able to be implemented in this financial year.
And what sort of funding figure are you talking about? $10 or $1 million?
With respect to the report recently, it was around, we would say, 20,000 plus professional fees of 12%.
Just to add to that, because actually, through the chair, sorry, apologies there. I have actually added an estimate to seal the intersection with Lake Road. This is a small portion to tie in with the tourism fund project. I'm unaware of what's currently proposed there. So we probably need to discuss with district facilities the cost implications for that project, and maybe we can share some of that work. So I haven't priced that in for this. The $20,000 that I've allowed through here is really for the speed cushions, and the signs and markings associated with that. Plus professional services would be about 10%. If we were to include the ceiling, I would say we'd need to add another $10,000 to that.
So now we're talking 30,000?
Correct.
Round figures, okay.
So through the chair, I've just been doing some rough numbers in my head. So the NTA have identified that the cost of the speed calming on the sealed section of road would be around 20,000. We just heard from
another 30.
There'll be another 10 for sealing the unsealed section, and then I would recommend that elected members identify another 20,000.
Yeah, so you're talking 50,000.
And traffic calming measures on the unsealed section. So I would be looking an additional resolution, or an additional part of the resolution for unbudgeted expenditure of $50,000 to support work that excludes any work on footpaths.
Right, so Felicity, would you agree that we add that and agrees that traffic calming measures on the middle portion be initiated and an unbudgeted figure of 50,000 be included?
So that would be D. So D would be.
Well, we could make it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You can do it as D.
Okay, do it as D.
Because it's not.
Unbudgeted figure of 50,000 will allow for the.
Ceiling to the toilets as well as the traffic. That includes 10,000 towards ceiling.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Right.
can I just ask a question?
Unbudgeted figure of 50,000.
What I'm seeking to achieve is a concrete speed bump on the unsealed portion to slow traffic down going past, is it one house on the unsealed road? Would that be, or some form of chicane that can't be moved to slow down traffic? No, I'm not concerned about the, what's happening at the intersection or the wharepaku.
So through the chair, I understand that the exact nature of the solution on the other traffic calming for the unsealed section is yet unknown, and indeed it is subject to discussions with the community around what that potentially would look like. So I wouldn't like to, just based on the number that we've been given for the sealed section, it's just saying, well, let's budget that for the unsealed section. If we don't use it, clearly we're not going to spend it. But I clearly don't want to come back to council asking for more money later.
Thank you. All right, we've had enough discussion, folks.
Just very quickly, just say this, that when the gate was removed on Kameama, NTA, and it must have been you guys, had put up speed humps on the middle road. There were 4 of them. 4 of them put on the middle road. 2 days later, they went missing. They still can't find 3 of them.
Can't find what, man?
So,
speed humps.
Through the chair, to answer that we, during that issue of the gate and all of the tensions that are developing in the community, being Easter weekend with peak traffic, visitors traffic, the temporary speed humps, the plastic humps were provided just for that weekend, and they were removed by us. They were also moved by people during the weekend because they aren't fixed. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. So what we're going to do now is take the amendment, moved by Councillor Foy, seconded by Councillor Collard, agree that the traffic calming measures on the Footpath.
Your Worship, can you just give us a couple of minutes just tidying that up for the short sealed piece? It won't take us long.
Oh, I think that's true.
The 50,000 is calculated on 3 elements of work. It's the sealed speed control, it's the unsealed speed control, and it's the short stub of sealing to the new Kaimomo toilets that are on the table. Let me know if you want all 3 in, because we're just missing one at the moment.
Well, 50,000 covers the 3 though, doesn't it?
Right, so agree that traffic calming measures on the middle portion of Kaimomo Road, comma, along with sealing a short section of road to the high low toilets, etc.
Okay. Be initiated, right? Okay, so there's a moved and seconded. Felicity, Dave, you happy with that? Yeah. Okay.
Is that on top, is that amendment on top of my, motion?
Yes, we will.
Is that included?
We'll do the amendment first, and then if the amendment's passed, then we'll come back to yours and put yours, Matty. Yeah, we've got, by standing orders, we've got to do the amendment. Okay, so I'm going to put the amendment. It's moved, it's up there on the board, had a discussion about it. So the amendment, all in favour of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I have a show of hands, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yep, thank you. So that's, anyone against? Okay, 2 against, so that's carried.
Can I have that recorded, please? Your
Yes,
Worship?
you can. Okay, so that now becomes part of the substantive motion, so now we will vote on A, B, C and D. No, we don't need to do it. All right, Councillor Smith recorded a vote against it, so now I'm going to put the motion as it stands, A, B, C and D. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no?
No.
Okay, that motion is carried. Do you want that recorded, Councillor Smith? Yes, thank
And
you.
one abstention, please.
And one abstention.
I can agree with half of it, but not all of it.
Thank you.
so
Okay.
it's still abstain.
All right, so we've got 1 against and 1 abstention. Okay, thank you all for that. So thank you, Councillor Raditz, for bringing it to our attention. Okay, so now we move to 6, confirmation of previous minutes. I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Busich. Is there any comments? Felicity?
Thank you. The previous minutes talked about the rates that were struck, etc. I just wanted to raise about the drainage rates and we raised this previously on my construction committee and community board down here. So the community board delegated the drainage committees, and the drainage committees determine the budgets, which should be approved by the drainage committees before they come to council for the LTP for the rates to be struck. That was not done at all last financial year, and the drainage rates, I've been told by a number of ratepayers, have increased substantially without the approval of the drainage committee.
Or the council?
So the delegation is actually with the community boards, not with the council. And so no delegated approval has been given for the increase in the rates for that drainage committee. It is hopefully going to be resolved as part of the community board process, but I wanted to raise this in this forum because I feel frustrated on behalf of not just myself, on those ratepayers that this process was done in absence of the community board or the council's knowledge.
All right, well, can we just note that, please, in the minutes, that there is an issue there around the drainage rate that's being dealt with by the community board, that Councillor Foy has brought it.
It hasn't been dealt with as yet.
But is being dealt with by the community. Yep, it's being dealt with, and Councillor Foy wants it noted in our minutes. Thank you. If we can note that, Councillor Clinton.
Just to query page 30, there's a note at the top. That there will be a report provided to the community board regarding the issue around parking on those hill points at the, I'm just wanting to confirm that is work in progress, is it? So I don't think the report's gone to the community board yet.
Yes, the report is prepared.
It's being prepared, okay. Thank you. Answer your question, Councillor Freeman. Thank you. Okay, no other comments, then I'll put the motion. To be approved. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Now, I need to go to 7.3, representation arrangements. We need to deal with that. So if people can please turn to page 42. Page 42, when I get to so I will move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Moko. Now, I know Belinda wanted to make a comment, Belinda, I understand it from a community board perspective.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just in relation to the proposed name, the B3 and in C, Te Tauwharangi Ki Whangaroa. I can't endorse this on behalf of the board. The majority of the board actually prefer to keep the proposed name if we're going to be giving the community a name change to consider. The feedback that I have had from the majority of the board is to keep it simple and descriptive and to actually put it forward without the Ki Whangaroa, bearing in mind that Bay of Islands is very well known, and if you Google map it and research the maps and the definitions of the area of the Bay of Islands, the board felt that the majority of board members felt that encompassed the actual description of the area without the Whangaroa. It's ultimately up to the communities to decide, but you're putting a name change to the community through the process, and I'm aware that individuals and the board can make submissions, but if this is an initial proposal, you're actually predetermining the outcome of the name. And there has been a desire by the board to actually seek a name change, and this has come out of the combined community board workshops, but it has not come out from a community board decision.
Okay, thank you for
So
that.
I just ask you to consider
I'll
that.
come to you for this week. Can I just take advice from Caroline, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have the opportunity today to make a name change for the Bay of Islands should we wish to resolve to do so, but we must go out today with something to consult on, whether that's our current name, requesting proposals for a name change, or the proposed Te Whairangi in whatever format it comes out with, and requesting submissions on that particular name.
So just so I understand, and others may, I'm not the only one who doesn't, if we were to go out with this and we got a whole lot of submissions saying we don't like that name and we want this,
that's right.
And council can make that decision
through the deliberations process.
At deliberations, when are the deliberations?
They are on the
November. Okay. So we've got to decide today whether we go to the Bay of Islands and then ask for submissions on that, or whether we stick with this name and then ask submissions.
Correct.
So just so everybody's clear, Belinda, we'll make that decision.
My point is the Bay of Islands is the first two words, and then it is two Whangaroa. It's the two Whangaroa, Ki Whangaroa. I'm requesting consideration for an amendment on that portion of it be removed and go through the consultation phase. There are numerous debates in the communities and discussions about whether Whangaroa actually is part of the Bay of Islands, so why mention it separately if we're seeking a name change?
Okay, all right, I'll take Councillor Floyd.
If it's just about the name change, I'm happy for Councillor Tiffany to speak on that matter.
Kia ora, Mikara. Yeah, the way this was structured was following the likes of the former Helensville electorate. This is kind of standard now where you would name things like this. So the Helensville electorate is now Kaipara ki Mahurangi. That's sort of the standard format. But in light of wanting to keep things consistent, I would suggest, and we could agree, I guess, as the mover and second of this, that we just remove the key and hyphenate it, or the other alternative to that would be Kaikoe ki Hokianga, to keep the standard format the same, knowing that Te Whairangi, which is already in here and already in the documentation. Can I also just give a shout out to our staff, because I've had a sneak peek preview at all of the documentation that will be going out to the community, and it is fully bilingual and it is really awesome looking and understandable too. But just a suggestion that we hyphenate that there, knowing that we can get feedback too from the community about the Te Whairangi, and do we potentially need to put in there, it says in here, the Bay of Islands Whangaroa name be changed to Te Whairangi ki Whangaroa. Can we change that to say the Bay of Islands Whangaroa name be, what did you say? Proposed to change to Te Whairangi.
Is that, are you suggesting that as an amendment?
So changing the key throughout this to a hyphen and then adding a proposed to be changed, because it wouldn't actually be changed until we deliberate, right?
Yeah.
So it's not showing that we are changing it right now, that we are proposing.
And so what you're seeing on the board up there at the moment are some options that we thought may be on the table today. It's not the resolution that's in your report because we were preempted.
Is that what you're suggesting, Moho?
Yeah, that sounds funny, but yeah, something.
That the Bay Islands Whangaroa name be proposed as.
Councillor Clinton wants to suggest a possible.
I wonder, just for clarity, if it would be better to, in the preamble, to note the initial proposal, which will go out for consultation. I'm sure that's embedded in the legislation, but people don't read that. Right. So that if by putting those words consultation in that introductory sentence, that might just make it clear to people this is not a done deal, this is an idea, which I think is Belinda's point. She wants to have some comfort that people do get a chance to comment on this. And it will be a little bit controversial, no doubt. Personally, I think it's a great idea, but it's something people have to have.
So if I may suggest, the amendment would be adopts the following as its initial proposal for consultation, for public consultation.
And sorry, I just wanted to finish too.
Oh, sorry.
And just if I may, like I know that we're getting these names and it is the name, but at the same time, I always hear at this table, we regularly refer to our wards by their geographic location. So we talk about North Ward and East Ward and West Ward. So the name is the name, but it's not exact. We don't always use that here at this table anyway. So it's not the end of the world.
Yes, the world's not going to stop, is what you're saying. Can we just double check, please, that we've got the wording that's suggested right? When we show it on the board when you can, and then Carolyn can just tell us whether we're. Okay, so proposed adopts the proposal following as initiated. Is that what?
Could you please remove those wordings, please, Dolly?
Sorry. You right with that, Moho? Does that reflect what you're looking for? Okay, oh, hang on.
Take out
Take the key out?
The key out.
Key out, is that it? So
C? Yeah.
All of that, yeah. Take out key.
take out key at the end.
And we'll hyphenate that, yeah.
And a hyphen in, is that right?
Right.
Okay, that all, Moho?
And for E, just for E, we'll take out the key as well.
Oh, we will, yeah,
you'll
do that
type
through
it.
the, yeah. There's lots of instances of it within the recommendation.
Right, okay, you happy with that, Moho?
That's looking really good. We only just picked up on that last
Thursday.
So
Yep, you good? Felicity, you want to comment?
Thank you, Richard.
Then John.
And it is an amendment, and this won't be a surprise because I've already raised this in our initial discussions and the discussions about Māori wards. So under B4, the current wording is for Māori ward councillors comprising of the whole district. What could result for the district is that all four of those councillors could be elected from one area. For example, if they were all elected in Kaikohe, that would increase the voting for one area. And I guess the question and why I bring it up as a relevant point is that for all of us other councillors, we're represented from other wards. So Not all the councillors are represented from the Eastern Ward, for example. We're brought into the, as Moko has highlighted, Eastern, Northern, and Western. In our discussions about options, and Emma Smith is here as well, and Councillor Collard brought that up as well, about having 2 from the north and 2 from the south to make it more representative in terms of geographically where people are from. I've also raised this to the staff, and I wanted to move that as a formal amendment to show that that's basically the intention to have more representation from each area of Motu.
Okay, is there a seconder for it?
No, I'll wait and
Seconder
comment
for the
on it.
motion? The amendment? No seconder? Okay, is that for one of the seconder?
Councillor Collins.
I beg your pardon?
He hasn't seen it yet. Which is what we talked about.
Your Worship, maybe some technical issues here, if you would allow Caroline to explain.
Yes, Caroline, can you explain if
Yes,
is
sure.
this possible to do technically?
So at the last workshop that we held, this did come up in discussion and it was a topic of debate. And we left it with yourself and Deputy Mayor Court to have a conversation with Te Kahua Tānui on the possibility of having 2 wards. And we came back with a firm directive that there was no desire for that.
That's correct.
That we would go with 1 ward as being the most logical solution right now, because we haven't been able to engage meaningfully with Māori on this, but that we do have another opportunity prior to the 2025 elections to see what happens at the 2022 elections, whether we do get clustering of one particular area. And it also provides us with an opportunity to look at the name change again and then see whether we wish to look at it in a different way with due time and process to consult accordingly.
So just to remind everybody, and Carolyn's quite correct, we did have that discussion at the workshop. We did go away and consult. The advice that we got back was just 4 across the district, and that's why this recommendation's come up. Now, Felicity's moved an amendment that we split, and can we, technically, is it practical for us to have a north-south 2 wards?
Not without Māori consultation in terms of where those boundary lines would be drawn, and we've not been able to do that. What we would be doing is an exercise based on Te Puni Kokari's maps, who iwi themselves say are not a definitive source of the truth in terms of how they see their boundary lines between their tribes. So I think we could.
Do we have a seconder? Yeah, I think we should see if I've got a seconder.
Oh, I thought we had a seconder.
Yeah, I will second it, because you guys would be terrified if all 4 of the Maori representatives came from Te.
But may I just remind members that you take an oath to represent the district as a whole as councillors. You are not there to represent your rohi.
That's correct. And we're all of us. I'll come to you, John, and just everyone be patient, please. I just remind everybody that even though you're elected from a ward, at the end of the day, you are to represent the whole of the district. So whether you come from Kaikohe, 4 of them come from Kaikohe, they have responsibility. And you might recall the discussion we had from the person from Gisborne, who was the Maori representative and said, I'm there for the people. And I'll just remind you, we're going to take John and then Rachel and then Bob. And we're talking now, hang on, we're talking now, we've got an amendment, and I want us to talk specifically to the amendment. Just remind you, at the beginning of this meeting, I said we've got a hell of an agenda and we've got to get through it. I've got to say, so far, we haven't done that particularly well. John, Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On the amendment only, please.
On the amendment only, the principle here,
2 minutes.
The principle here is about representation, and what I want to stress is that, and you'll get this when you go out for consultation, the concern that there is only one, for example, councillor in the general ward for Hokianga, and that would be raised, but what we have is 4 Māori representatives elected at large, and what Carolyn has pointed out, which is correct, even though they are elected from the Māori role, they are there to represent all people, whatever they be.
Yep.
So in actual fact, the you know, I don't see it as actually losing representation. And if it is, this is the key in why I was pushing for something else as well. And if it is, it's because that human nature is actually failing in keeping with the oath and understanding what it is all about. And the mitigation against that is what I was calling for, and that is having community boards being empowered and given more authority. And I know that may be slightly off, but I'd like that to actually come out in the consultation, because if you remember what we moved, we did talk about empowering our community boards and getting representation at that level. That's the principle, and we'll keep to that principle and ensure that people understand fully what governance is all about. And just one other point in all of this, I'd like to raise, Mr. Chair, because I know you've got time, is look at the current ward structures for NRC and remember that we are going under the future of local council and what it may look like. So all of these issues and principles absolutely clear, especially if we are amalgamating to something much larger.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. And
thank you, Your
on the
Worship.
amendment,
Just speaking against the amendment, just taking the opportunity to remind that the basis of this conversation was around communities of interest, and communities of interest under legislation are not limited to geography. We could go out and we could create a rural ward, we could go out and create a business ward, and it would not be limited to geography. I'd want to take the opportunity to really just highlight again that this amendment shows a lack of understanding as to what a Māori ward is. As pointed out by Councillor Vucic, this is about representing the viewpoint of Māori, not representing the viewpoint of iwi, tapu, or any geographically located areas. I think just in response to Councillor Collard's challenge that we would be in fear if these Māori ward councillors all were from Te Hiku. If our Māori population on the Māori electorate roll decides that the 4 people best representing them happen to live in Te Hiku, so be it, but that's the way that the dice is rolled, that is the way that the structure is. So I'm absolutely against this.
actually, why Papa carry rampant?
Thank you, Mikata. I'm not against this amendment. I'm just against the timing of this. I would love more time and more consultation so that we could honestly go out and look at what 4 wards could look like, or 3 wards, or 2 wards, or the single ward, but we just didn't have that time. I think it would be damaging to our relationships to do this. And I have had the opportunity to have some kōrero with some of our leaders in the north. This is what we've got because it's the best way forward. It's the most comfortable way for us to go forward right now. Geographically, a north-south could be cool, and in Hokianga it's easy because we've got Te Rarawa on one side and Ngāpuhi on the other, but when you get over to Whangaroa, half of one side of Whangaroa is Ngāti Kahu, the other side is Ngāpuhi, but they're all overlapping. And so that's where you have to go out and ask those people, which side are you going to be on? Do you know when they were doing the treaty settlements, they couldn't figure that out, so they created a new entity called Ngāti Kahu Ngāpuhi ki Whangaroa because it was too confusing for that to happen itself. So I wouldn't want us here in this room right now to suddenly decide that we can try and jump in there and figure out something that the Office of Treaty Negotiations couldn't even figure out. The other thing that I just wanted to say, Your Worship, was that wherever these Māori ward councillors come from, I look and see that Kaikohe Hokianga General goes down to 1 councillor, like Councillor Vucic says, but what I actually look at is that Kaikohe Hokianga is getting 5 councillors now, that Bay of Islands Whangaroa is getting 8, and that Te Hiku is getting 6. So if we think about it like that, then the next council will do some good.
Kelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak quickly against the amendment as well. The conversations that I've had with hapu and iwi leaders is there hasn't been enough time to determine the boundaries, but also many of us whakapapa to many different hapu in Te Tai Tokerau. So whilst, maybe that somebody from the west has been elected, they also whakapapa to the north or the east. Kia ora.
Does anyone, Maddie, you want to...
Just a point that worries me. These Māori ward seats, Māori on the Māori roll can only vote for them.
Correct, only Mary on the Mary roll can only vote for Mary.
And we need to understand that a large majority of Māori in the whānau on the general law.
Yes.
Yeah. So I query myself in regard to 4 Māori seats.
We've made that, that's not at stake here at the start. We've made that decision, Manny. We made it quite.
Yeah, but
it's based on the population of
there's a
Mary
high
roll.
percentage of Māori that are on the general roll. And obviously there was staying on the general roll.
Yeah.
I just want to know how many are actually on the Māori roll. That are,
numbers are in here.
is it there?
It's in here.
50.
Yep.
50-60. Okay.
It's all correct.
50-60.
Felicity, do you want to write on your amendment?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, it was just, I have highlighted the point that Councillor Radich has made about the number of Māori that are on the general roll, and I did raise this in the deliberations as well about having Māori wards, and that's what statute sets out. Once we have Māori wards, it's based on the number of Māori. So this is how central government has set out this by us voting for Māori wards. And I didn't think that this would pass today. However, I wanted to move it as amendment to show.
Thank you. You have. All right, so I'm going to, all in favour of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Right, the motion is lost, the amendment is lost. So now we go back to the motion, and there's been amendments made to the wording. Okay. So we're going to put the motion with the amendments.
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarification, have we finished the debate on this?
I'd like to comment, just very quickly.
Okay, very quick, 1 minute.
Just saying, just so we clear, we make statements at work, that we are putting, I think this is great. I'm putting a lot of faith in our Māori elected members to actually show leadership, to represent all people, even though they're elected out of the Māori board. They're elected not only to represent Māori, but to represent all people, and to show a real leadership there across the whole diverse region that we've actually got. And that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I'm expecting. And that's why when Moko over there said, we don't just get one member, we actually get 5. If real leadership is actually shown, that's indeed what we do get. And I realise that there is, as I said, the character of people tend to fail, and let's see what actually happens, and let's work through all that first. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will keep it brief. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the mahi that has gone into this. From an elected member point of view, it's been a fair few hours, so I can't begin to imagine how many hours have gone into it from an operational point of view. I refer back to the very first workshop we had where Carolyn asked us what approach we wanted to take, and there were a few of us around this table who were very keen to take a radical approach, and I appreciate that we have taken baby steps toward that. So I look forward to the journey that we continue to be on. As Councillor Tipinia has pointed out, there are endless options that we could end up with here, but sometimes change takes small steps. I wanted to acknowledge the work that the community board have put into the proposed name change and making sure that their viewpoints are heard here today. I think that that's really, really important. I would love to be able to support what Belinda has put up today, but I don't feel that I have enough information. However, I really want to express the opportunity that we have here to have this conversation with our communities, knowing that we can bring this back to the table, and I would love to work with our community board to really have that conversation and hash out what that needs to look like with our communities. I also just want to support the proposal for Māori wards and acknowledge Matua Shortland in particular from Ngāti Hini, who sat down and had a really good conversation with Kelly and I to help us understand what that needed to look like. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you,
Just
Kelly.
want to thank the members of the public that have expressed some interest in this report that we're discussing today. Some of them have raised some concerns about the boundaries and the maps. So just urge you to make sure that the boundaries, that you can see the maps real clearly online when they get the consultation documents. And just want to reiterate for those that aren't aware, this is coming out for you to feedback into us. It's not set in concrete. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're going to put the motion with the wording wording amended. Okay, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Phew.
Thank you.
Right, okay, so we'll go back to 7.1. Councillor Radich removed from the committee, also moved. Do I have a seconder, please?
And if I can speak there, just a question, I thought Councillor Radich resigned, so effectively we're accepting his resignation,
Yes,
are we not?
we just need to do it formally, that's all.
Okay. Just the way.
Resigned from the committee.
He resigned from the committee, yeah. Right, all in favour, please say aye.
Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, I need a second.
Aye,
Felicity.
Councillor
Felicity
Boyd seconded it. Deputy Mayor Court just asked me to bring up the fact that she's missing from the Assurance Risk and Finance Committee listing in this paper.
Oh, okay.
Ask that she be,
Yeah, we'll
that be acknowledged.
Thank you, we'll correct that in the note that in the minutes, thank you. Okay, so,
Excuse me,
oh, sorry, go on, Kelly.
on that note, I'm missing from the Strategy and Policy Committee, but
Agreed, really?
there hasn't been a paper come officially to put me on there, but I am.
Do you want to make an amendment now? We've got a council here, can we do it?
Yes.
Or hasn't there? Has there been an official? Yes, I'm the quorum.
Yeah.
And a vote. But I'm not on the list.
Can we just record it in the minutes?
Correction,
Yeah, just a correction in the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, with those two corrections, added in the note, we'll put the motion, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Councillor Hogan, contrary, no, carry, that's what I'm trying to say. And we through so quickly, I can't even say what the hell I want to say. Okay, 7.2. 7.2 on page 38. Right, council adopt the amended 2021 calendar as attached. I'll move. Do I have a second, please? Thank you, John. Any comments?
Thank you.
Oh, you want to comment for a second?
Yep, I just wanted to raise that at the start of the year, I did raise about having two meetings in Tehuku and
Oh, yes.
Tiago. One has been scheduled for December and no other second meeting has been scheduled. I have noted that none of these highlight a destination for any of these committees. I don't want to require staff to do this as part of this motion. I'd rather them come to elect members with a suitable date. I'm not sure if the staff want to respond to that about if they already have a intended second date for another meeting in January.
Will, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, the commitment was for 3 events to be held this calendar year. That will be carried out. That's my recollection. The Christmas Council will be at Tehuku, and there will be 2 other events prior to the end of the calendar year. And the clock is ticking. We're working on that.
Okay.
Thank you for that reassurance. It's now August and
Yes.
it's 0.
You just ring Will every couple of days. We'll get it covered.
Right.
Okay, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, there were some proposed changes that I was going to put up acknowledging that all of the SPP committee meetings were having to be reshuffled due to conflicts. However, I have decided in the interest of being agile, I will go with it for this year. But just want to note that for next year, it would be appreciated that that's taken into consideration.
Can we just note in the minutes that Rachel's agile?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, you're all good? Okay, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried. 7.4, the suggestion of 7.4 on page 74 is that that this be referred to the community board. And so I'll move that as an amendment.
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, so it's moved and seconded this be referred to the community board. All in favour, please, of the amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could we have a time on that?
What?
Time, presumably the community board will report back to council, or? I'm just aware this has been dragging for 5 years.
5 years, yes, I appreciate that.
So let's say that was like 5.
And we asked them to have a report back by December meeting.
It should be possible.
All right, okay.
I think it has to because we don't have the
Hang on,
to
sorry.
enact what it's doing. It has to come back to council because council hold the money from this anyway.
It's got to have a date on it.
Yeah. So let's get it back to us by December, and then, I mean, if for some reason we can't progress, at least we are aware of it and can do what we want.
My question was just what councillor raised. Can we delegate to the community board to make the decision of council? So why does it need to come back to us? Why can't we just allow the community board to make the decision?
Hang on a second. Can we get some advice on that, please? And then I'm going to take Belinda, and then I'm going to take Rachel.
Worship, I believe it's because it's road as opposed to reserve, and roads aren't delegated to community board. That is my
Right, so we need to come back and get it. Yeah, George is nodding. Belinda, thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was hoping to hear a robust discussion around this today. I'm well aware that encroachment issues in our ward weigh heavily and taking a lot of time and resources with staff, and they are quite sensitive, and I would like to see some sort of framework and policy come out of this, in the sense that there are precedences being set when you start to pay to remove things off. And we've had incidences on road reserve in play here, having to remove a container and the ratepayer's expense. And I would like to see some good meaty discussion around this. Actually, I think setting it down to community board level is important to get you in the community board, because they are neighbourhood and site specific issues, and the impacts are down at grassroots in the community. So I'm a bit disappointed to hear the history of all the encroachment issues that we have and what we're dealing with. There's been a growth since COVID. I think people are discovering their own backyards and where reserves are and how they can access them, and are suddenly starting to get a little bit covetous about wanting to reclaim. So I just wanted to make that point from a community board stance, is that they're not easy fixes, and it would be good if we had some sort of guidelines as to how to approach this through the process.
Right. We can have that meeting discussion when the report comes back. So the amendment is that it be referred to community board to report back in December. Be moved and seconded. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. And that now becomes a substantive motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Thank you all very much on that. Right, the appointment of a director for the Board of Northland, page 81. Thank you. I'll second. And do you want to speak to it? As seconder, I'm actually going to just say I want to thank you for the time that you spent on there. Just acknowledge that. Can we please just record that in the minutes? And also, yeah, sure. Thank David for taking the role on. And as I said to him the other day, it's a challenging role. And as we said with Max Bradford from Corpus when he was doing the power reforms, Max, you get out there, and if you're successful, we'll be right behind you. And he wasn't, and we weren't. So I just make the same point today. You've got our absolute baggage as long as it's okay.
Thank you, Richard. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, for the experience of being on that board. It really did give me a lot of learnings from a role like that. The meetings originally used to be after school. Now that the project is moving along further, it does conflict with my other responsibilities. So I do want to thank Councillor Clendon for taking that on. It is quite challenging, but when this project gets over the line, it's going to be awesome for our entire district, in all honesty. So all I wanted to say was thank you, and I'm really glad that it's been formalised, and if we could just remind our governance girls to get a copy of these minutes to next, so that they can formally make Councillor Clendon a director.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you, Councillor Clendon. I think he's a brave man. But I can't support C, just as I did last time when Booker was on there, can't support it, because in good faith I cannot. actually put the liability on ratepayers should something go wrong. It's not our own fault, but I would strongly recommend next, and that's all I can say here, powers to that the next for themselves and get their own insurance. So can we actually do that voting in this part?
Yep, we can. Yep, I'm happy to do that in that case, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Vucic has effectively taken the words out of my mouth, but just wanted to total for what he has raised. I have asked this question several times and I still don't have entire clarity as to what risk this puts on the ratepayer, so I also cannot support C. I do want to acknowledge the mahi that Councillor Tipinia has put in and the bravery that Councillor Clendon has shown in stepping into that role as well. So I look forward to seeing how this project progresses.
Thank you. I'll just ask Councillor, our legal advisor, Mr. Swanee-Bolt, to comment on the liability.
So in this instance, the liability, obviously, there is a, you probably need professional indemnity insurance for the directors. And as a director, the provision in section 42, I think, of the Local Government Act specifically prohibits council insuring directors of a council controlled organisation, but not a council controlled organisation, although it is a council organisation. So it wouldn't apply in that particular instance, but professional indemnity insurance in this environment, I think, would be absolutely vital, particularly the way it was all doing.
And I agree with that, I've got to say.
There's a recommendation that council knows directly to NACS as well.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Okay, so if there's no other comments, I'm going to put the motion in 3 parts. All in favour of A, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. All in relation to B, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. In relation to C, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Against. 2 against, recorded. Thank you. Right, that's passed. So thank you all very much for that. And that then brings us to page 105. Now I have just on this line informed everybody, and I am asking the ladies now to please put up page 105.
85.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Sorry. That's what happens when you turn 71. Okay. So we'll turn to page 85. Gosh, I've got to say, everybody picked on me, including Kim.
She supported you, Your Worship.
I'm not going to do anything wrong here. Okay, so we've got the resolution there in front of us. Does someone want to move it, please?
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Seconder. Thank you. Any discussion?
Thank you, Your Worship. As the mover, I just want to support this and acknowledge that it has been through the Strategy and Policy Committee already. And in the interest of consistency, thank our incredible bylaw team, Briar included, and especially for the amazing work that they're putting into this space. We've got a lot of catching up to be doing. I recognise that this is a new bylaw, but it is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quick comment from me. I do support it. There's a lot of work being done. Just want to emphasise that, and it was in the workshop, I believe it was raised, and that is there are private land owners involved, and the conditions for that private access will take precedent over.
Thank you for those comments.
So I'm happy with it all.
Good.
I just
Kelly?
wish to reiterate that the Pohiranga Cycle Trail Trust committee, you know, the members of that, all those representatives, I was speaking to one of them yesterday and they didn't know about this process, so I just want to make sure that they are brought up to speed on this before it does become a draft that goes out.
Okay. Yep. Right, if we can make sure that happens, John, if you would. Right, any other comments? Yep.
Apologies, there was one comment that I neglected to make on page 88 at the bottom of the compliance schedule. It lists identified persons likely to be affected. I just want to acknowledge that the community board in particular has not been included in that list, and I would like to ask that their views are sought. I acknowledge that it's a district-wide, but it affects their communities, so I just wanted to make that request. Thank you, Your Worship.
Just add that in as affected group. Yep. All right, other than that, all on publicity.
Thank you, and Mikey Negro, specifically related to this cycle trail, I just wanted to raise, in light of our deputation today, the intent to create our own initial scoping group in Tiku for a cycle trail there. I know that this bylaw relates to our cycle trail in the southern area, but we need to make some space and movement there instead of not being acknowledged or progressed in any way. I'm not going to move anything because I agree that it's outside the scope of this.
In fact, the chair has been very tolerant.
Thank you, Your Worship. But as you know, I'm very, I have a lot of perseverance, so I won't be dropping this point.
Funnily enough, we've noticed. Okay, thank you all very much. I'm now going to put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, thank you. And you want that noted? Extension from Councillor G. Right, on 105, I've spoken to each of you individually. Can we have the amendment? Oh, it says up there already. Can we have the mine? There you go, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move that as a resolution, that council will provisionally opt out of Three Waters, staff report back 4th of November, work with our neighbouring councils, Whangarei, Kaipara, and that we consult on this issue. So I've moved and seconded. I just want to speak to it. I have told... Yeah, it's... What did I say?
You moved it.
I moved it, no. I said John seconded, was me. Anyway,
It's quite wrong.
yes. Okay, so just tell people that, of course, you'll be aware that there's lots of discussion going on across the nation from the various mayors on this issue and other issues relating to roading, etc. And so this, the purpose of this is to allow us to go and consult with our community. And I think it's important that we do so because there's more and more concern being shown on this issue. There's more information needed. And so I just want to make those comments. I should tell you that we have a meeting, local government meeting in May. We're all very deeply discussed. John, did you want to second?
Oh, the others can comment, no comment, well.
Okay. Anyone else want to make comment on the motion? In which case, do you want to make comment?
Thank you. I've got 5 points. So the issues, I think that our council in general agrees that we need more investment in Three Waters. I think goes without saying. However, the concerns that I've heard from our workshops are number one, the governance model and the lack of power control in the intersection of the park to get to a huge super city like Auckland. Number two, how Three Waters infrastructure for growth will be prioritised in the same entity, so the huge super city and priority tier 1 council in terms of national policy statements for growth. That our small communities that have already paid for their systems, like Rawini, will have to pay again and pay for the growth infrastructure for the large cities like Auckland and Whangarei. And the two last points, how much is being paid for our assets to be taken off our balance sheets and how that will affect our cash flows, and having those numbers in front of us as councillors so that we can understand exactly how that will affect our capital base as well as our cash flows to all our other activities and our workforce within our council staff. And lastly, how development contributions and prioritisation for the Three Waters infrastructure, which is the catalyst for growth or not, so which will stagnate growth in our town for our housing if it isn't addressed and fair and transparent for all of the areas that we've had in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to those comments, Councillor King.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in favour of the amendment. We could speak at length and probably days about the motion, sorry. I just want to pick up on 2 points. One, we've been told that public ownership of water assets is guaranteed forever and ever. That's simply not true. There is legislative provisions to make it difficult to have these agencies sold in the future, but any Thursday afternoon in Parliament, that legislation will be overturned and these four massive agencies could be privatised quite quickly. The other point that's made is that allegedly local authorities will continue to be owners and that will be a level of community control or input. And I'd just like very quickly to describe the governance model. The local authorities as owners have no financial engagement. It's not on our balance sheet, no control over sale or management or anything else directly. That doesn't meet any definition of ownership that I've ever seen. The flow chart, if you like, is local authorities will appoint and represent representatives on a regional representative group, which will be a maximum of 12 people, 6 of whom will reflect mana whenua interests. The other 6 will represent the local authorities. In our case, 6 people would have to seek to represent the interests of the Auckland, Kaipara, Whangarei and Far North. This representative group would then appoint and monitor a selection panel. The selection panel would appoint and monitor an entity board who would then govern a management group. That is so many steps away from where people actually live and work and drink water, from the actual management of these assets, that it's nonsense to suggest that in any real sense there would be community input, let alone control of the future of the water assets and the way in which it's done. I'll leave it there. As I say, we could talk about this for many hours and I'm sure we will in another forum, but I just think it's unworkable, untenable, and it's fundamentally everything.
Just so you know, I have spent many hours on it already, and I very likely will. I've been, as I've said, approached by many mayors right across the country who are expressing concern about those things. So it is an issue that will go on. Anyone else? John, you wanted to comment? Oh, Kelly wanted to comment.
I kind of support this because it's not saying that we are definitely opting out, provisionally opting out until we have more information, and also working with our neighbouring councils in an attempt to find a water entity and governance structure that suits our region. So, you know, what we've heard from our GNZ reps, what do we call them, is that it shouldn't be yes or no, it should be yes, or here's an alternative proposal that we think will suit our region, because you know, we've got a problem in our district that is unique here. We've got, what is it, 15 or 16 wastewater treatment plant schemes, 8 water treatment plants. We're geographically challenged. Drinking water regulations have changed to provide better drinking water quality. You know, I get inundated with calls when our water pipes burst. Many of you do, and if you saw on the dashboard, we're getting like 75% more outages compared to our neighbouring councils with water. And we've got a number of treatment plant pumps that are allowed to have, you know, overflows or discharges, which the plants itself don't go into the water, but our pump stations do have issues, and we don't have enough rateable base to deal with those problems. So I just reiterate, it's got to be an alternative proposal to help our district. Otherwise, our householders are going to be paying astronomical rates. And it's not about funding. Like, I've had a lot of emails saying, just ask for more funding from government. We all know it's not just about funding. It is about we don't have enough resource in this field, and we don't have, there's there's a history, I don't want to put this on any particular council training, there is a history of ineffective or slow decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment other than John?
I just want to say, Mayor Carter, just listening to you, Kelly, you're right, but if we had cut back on luxuries, this wouldn't happen.
Thank you, Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate you bringing this to the table today. I know that this issue has generated a lot of significant concern in our communities, as it has done around this table. I want to acknowledge that. I want to support B, C and D. However, today I can't bring myself to support A, and I ask that we vote on each individually, but that's your discretion. I recognise that we haven't received the level of information that we had been assured we would have received by now, and that is beyond frustrating. That is beyond frustrating with the process, and it's fair to say that it really, really concerns us as ratepayers of today and as decision makers on behalf of our community. It's also a significant concern, as you've highlighted, right across the sector, and I want to really acknowledge the well-being issues that elected members across the country are suffering right now because of this significant issue. So as much as I would like to say we can't do this anymore, we'd like to opt out, and I acknowledge what Councillor Stratford has pointed out, I can't support that today. The information that we do have in front of us, and we do question the feasibility or viability of that information, but it does tell us that in 2051, at the rate that we're going right now, our ratepayers will be paying an exorbitant amount of money that is simply inhumane and unaffordable. And I want to point out, in 2051, I'll be 66 years old. I will be a ratepayer. My children will be ratepayers. I may have grandchildren, but they will not yet be ratepayers. So I want to highlight that I'm not making this decision on my behalf today. I'm making this decision on behalf of our future generations, and to use the hashtag that we like to use, it's mokopuna decisions. It's about making decisions for tomorrow. Our district has suffered water outages this week, is the reality, and they have been significant water outages. They have put the well-being of community across all the well-beings at risk, and that is it simply comes down to the fact that right now we sit here today not knowing what our assets look like under the ground, and we're investing at an ad hoc basis on a reaction. So to sum up, Your Worship, as much as I appreciate this coming to the table today, I won't be supporting A, but I will be supporting B, C and D. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just pick up Councillor Flynn, and I'll take you, John. Just made the point, Councillor Smith, that at 66 you'll be a pensioner, you'll be able to afford the water.
So the last speaker, Mr. Chair.
Second last, I'm in the speaker.
Okay, I do support A. Just so, and thank you, fellow councillors. As Councillor Clendon raised on the actual structure, it's actually a dog's breakfast. I think it confuses the whole issue of ownership and everything else, and not only that, I think it compromises that entity in terms of what they want to do. So there's a whole lot of issues that have been, but my main one is that there's a lot of public concern. We should be by law going out consulting. If we don't do this now, we won't be consulting. We won't have time. And in fact, if we don't signal A, we probably run out of time as well. I believe the financial figures are wrong. They're simply wrong. It doesn't add up, and that's just a scare tactics is the way I see it, which then puts all the credibility of what's being suggested at risk in my eyes. Not only that, the ads themselves would seem to be aimed at preschool children, puts the whole credibility at risk as well. And so overall, I just can't support the way it is. There's so much missing information, and when I look at the 160 to 180 billion which we borrowed by an entity and put on our ratepayers, you are going to have things that are totally unaffordable going into the future. So either way you're looking at it, there's a lot of things here that are not right. I'll just remind that the ratepayers only have 10% of the total tax stake, as the localism guys have said. On that basis, equivalent to central government paying 1.8 trillion to 1.6 to 1.8 trillion. It is financially not prudent, and so therefore I can't support where definitely support the resolution, which gives us time to consult and gives us actual time to look at a solution that would work. Remember also, there's 100,000 properties in New Zealand, and we have many private mana whenua schemes here in the north, which I can't see how they're going to be supported as well. So I support A, B, C, D.
Thank you very much. Oh,
Sorry to be last. I too support, I'm not last, you're going to be last, John, on that. In terms of the amendment, I support all four of them, because I've spoken with numerous members of our community, all expressing grave concerns about this big is beautiful thing, and wondering what the promotional activity on TV is all about when we've always had water. It's always been pretty good because we haven't had to boil it ever. So there's just a groundswell of people that probably are at the same understanding level as myself that say, look, we're not going there. We don't want to go there. You have a responsibility to represent us. We don't want to go. And I hear the wisdom from around this table, and it supports exactly that. So I'm certainly going to support.
Thank you. Right, I thank you all very much for your comments, and it's good to know that you're all hearing the same concern that I am and other mayors are right across the nation. There is concern growing about this issue. There are facts that we still don't know, and I just mentioned one, for example, the economic regulator. I don't know how many of you are familiar with what that is, but if any of you do, please tell me, because my understanding is that primarily they're going to set, they're a group of people who are appointed by government or by some authority somewhere, who will then decide to set the rates without any consultation to the communities. So again, you ratepayers in my view of this. So thank you all very much, and accepting what Rachel has asked is we vote separately. I will ask you now to vote on A. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. Then recorded. B. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. That's carried. C. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried. And D. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Thank you all very much. And I'd just say in conclusion that, as I said, we have a local government meeting coming up at the end of this month, and I will be taking paper, making comments and speaking, not just on behalf of this council, but on a number of other councils and others who are in touch. So thank you very much. Now, we've got a choice here. We can break for lunch, or we can go through the community board updates and the council action sheet and then break for lunch. Do those two? I thought that suits me. Community board updates, please, on page 207.
Your Worship, can I just raise, we're not supposed to sit for more than 2 hours, and that's not a hard and fast rule in any law, but we have to break for comfort stops and to allow the staff to break. The council's been sitting since 10.
Oh, okay. All right, so we should break then, should we? Okay, well, can we come back? Let's break for lunch. Because you're right, Councillor, thank you for that. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, so that's 35 minutes. And if I see you eating and you're finished, I'll be calling you back. Okay, so you've got 35 minutes comfort stop and something. And so we now turn to Community Board Updates 207. So I'll move. Do I have a second, please?
Yep.
Thank you, John. Right, can we ask Adele, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor Carter. First of all, I'd actually like to thank Kerry for doing her deputation this morning, and I've given her some level of comfort that it's in our strategic plan, and I'm getting some direction from various people as to how we can advance that. So secondly, from our minutes, we have a deputation from the drainage committees of our area, of which we delegated as a board to look after the drainage area. And there was a level of concern that a lot of the work was not being done to their satisfaction, and no meetings had been had. So just to give the some level there, the drainage meeting is now drainage meetings are now happening on Monday. All the drainage areas.
Have you got all the papers that you require?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Oh, apart from some of the issues that, yeah. But we have the agendas now. Thank you. And I'd just like to thank Glenn and Troy for their mahi in this area. So we look forward to the meetings on Monday. And the other thing I'd just like to bring to the attention of the councillors that we are supporting as a board the CCTV cameras for the next 2 years of $6,000 each year for this year and next year. So we're supporting the Tafu area because there's a lot of areas that are coming on board now, joining the actual CCTV. That's me, thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Emma, can we come to you, please? Hokianga.
Oh, ko te mea tūtahi e mihi ana hau ki te koromatu kia koe a mea ki o mema kaunihira me o koutou mahi I tēnei ata ki te whakamana I ngā tāngata kaitiaki ahi me te kaitiaki tōrene. Thank you, John, and the members of the council for acknowledging those people. And as John said earlier today, it's certainly, sometimes we overlook the good things and we often concentrate on the bad things. And I think we need to, think positive about things. And if we don't, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. So while I'm talking about that, there are 3 things that I'm going to bring to your attention, but I'm going to try and turn it around so it doesn't sound so.
So you're not whinging, that's what you tell me.
No, I'm not going to whinge because it's probably our fault anyway in the beginning, but I'm not going to whinge. First thing, I need to thank you for bringing to us, this I think is so important, the illegal structures, because they're all over the place and we need to know as well. It was never brought up at our meeting, so I'm pleased that, that's now going to come to us. But there's 3 things, and maybe Sean, well, I don't know about whether you can answer the questions, and I think 2 of them are as a result of RFSs. I'm still concerned about RFSs and where they're going. Because I feel as though that we put in an RFS so that we respond, and yet there are things that need to be done out there anyway. So the RFS for the Pōhutukawa trees, people are still very concerned about those, notable trees in Okanoni, so we need an answer as soon as we can. And I know the community board person out there has been trying to get a meeting, but the meeting has actually been postponed. So we'd like an answer to that as soon as we can. The second thing is, it's to do with Freeze Park. We are talking about putting a footpath in Freeze Park, but the people do not want a footpath because of the erosion that's going to happen there. The fact is, they're really wanting a stone wall in order to protect Freeze Park.
Haven't we agreed to
you put a footpath there and it's going to go under.
But I thought we'd agreed to do the restoration. I'm sure we did.
Through the chair.
Sorry, Emma, but.
Okay, that's okay.
Through the chair, I can't remember which meeting it was, probably 3-4 months ago, we resolved to allow us to take some indicative details to the community to get community feedback and consultation. That was ongoing around solutions for sea defence, whether to hold the line, advance the line or retreat, and various options along those along that continuum. And that piece of work is still ongoing.
How long is it likely to be, Andy? Can you do that for us? Can you send us a memo in the next day or 2 or 3? And make sure Emma's included in it.
Okay, thank you, Andy. And the very last thing is, thank you for, for the list of footpaths that are going to be done. However, and I have spoken to Sandy this morning. Thank you, Sandy. We are still waiting for a meeting, and I think Sandy's going to confirm that we look at footpaths in this area here in Kaikoui. There are footpaths being done in Hokianga, and I'm really pleased about that. But Kaikoui is our main town. This is where I come to do my shopping, so I think it's important that we have the footpaths here as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Appreciate it.
If I may add to that, there is with the footpaths, there was some issue, I believe, at that meeting, and there was a work plan laid out, and there was some discussion, and that's why the bit is delayed. That's what Emma's relating to. It's in the minutes there of the meeting. That needs to be
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Just in relation to the report, funding, we see a substantial amount to the Tawai Community Market towards the gazebo. We actually gave them more than they requested, and that was based on the community initiative that they'd taken in setting up their makers market and how much that had grown. They don't have any outdoor areas and they needed shade from the sun and shelter from wet weather, and they also have a shared meal area, and so we've given them enough money to buy 2 gazebos instead of 1. As far as item 8.2, the rubbish collection, that became a big issue, and as you're aware at council, it has been to you and hopefully been resolved. In B there, we really feel that from a community board perspective, had there been more consultation with operational staff and council staff over this issue, it wouldn't have escalated into, it's been very long standing. It became a massive community issue, as I know some of the councillors are aware, and it really did escalate into a large petition unnecessarily to resolve it. Perhaps we could have stepped up in that space as community board members, but without the communication with the appropriate staff as to where it's at and what's happening, it's often quite difficult to know when to intervene or when to become involved in a community where something is so contentious. So it has since been resolved in the council meeting, but I just think in relation to collection points in particular that are on roadways in areas of high traffic volume or in communities, that community board input earlier in the phase would have been very beneficial here. Item 8.4, we're getting increasing funding applications for social services, really. This is a Northern Community Family Services budgeting and advocacy service, which is run out of the Baptist Church, one of their rooms in Hobson and Kenny. They're really under-resourced. They do a fabulous job. Our concern at board level is, I guess, the continuing growth, the needs in the community, the hardships, and how far we go and how much we invest into that social side of ensuring that people have access to mental health and food parcels, and that's a real, in our wellbeing, it's becoming quite an issue. So I think we're going to see more and more demands and applications towards those sorts of services, and they need community support. Infrastructure, item 8.6. We have requested quarterly updates there on upcoming progress of works and renewals for parks. That, just to clarify that, the information required isn't always in the IM, so although we are receiving great reports, thank you, with our Friday notices on updates of work, capital works that have been done, when it comes to renewals, there is a missing link in the process whereby community board members in their subdivision areas are not being notified when the works have been carried out, and it comes out of a separate budget, obviously the renewals, but there is no reporting to give us a running balance of what's left in that budget. We can identify the budget obviously in the LTP and annual plan, but we don't know where the works, there's no item, no list, there appears to be no itemised list of works for renewals, and we would like to have some feedback into it, but also to actually get feedback from you about what you're doing and what is left in that budget once you've done the works. Okay. Finally, nice to see some movement on the policy and bylaw updates. We are absolutely dying to see these all up to date and fit for purpose. And of the 9 on the list, I see finally the road naming policy has made it to the list. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Belinda. Any questions for Belinda on her report? So item 8.2 has been moved and seconded. I'll now put it, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against no. Carried. And as I've left my order paper behind, can someone tell me what's next? Council action. Item 8.3, council action sheet update. Also moved. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Moved and seconded. Now open for discussion. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a number of questions relating to the action sheet which I lodged with Democracy Services and have had those all answered, so thank you for that. I did want to raise, however, and I think it's been raised in the past, that resolutions made as part of LTP deliberations that weren't part of the LTP adoption, they don't appear to be on this action sheet. So there was some in particular regarding development contributions policy. There are a number of amendments that were put up and they're not appearing on the action sheet. So I'd just like to ask that they appear in future, please.
For clarity, you're saying through the chair, other resolutions, you think there are resolutions missing from
Yes.
this? I'll just we'll double check. I'm surprised. So it's
I don't need that responded to
now. Two items that were raised through the LTP deliberations.
right.
So they won't appear in the council here as standalone, but we want to capture them. It's sensible. Any other items?
The last meeting, so we're addressing mighty wards, but the additional resolution around iwi hapu appointments to committees has disappeared, and we haven't resolved that, so that needs to stay on the action sheet.
Thank you, Kelly.
And
You're quite right, we did
I'd
make
love
that
to know how the progress is going on that.
Slowly, I suspect.
I thought we had a workshop.
I think we, to be fair, we've got respect to the Maori ward issue. Taking into account.
We have been that is an ongoing agenda item on my Te Māori portfolio meetings, Your Worship. Te Hono have had some changes and stuff.
As well, okay. Well, if you could follow that up, perhaps next meeting, just give us or get someone to give us a report and what thank you. We were up to, we appreciate that, because that is important we do that as well. Any other items? If not, I assume it's been moved and seconded. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, carried. Okay, so now we're come to 239. He also moved. Thank you, Dan. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried. Give them a minute to turn the thing off. We can. covered most of what we need to today, and thank you for that. So I will move that we go out of committee.
I'll second.
What do I need to move first of all? Confirm that what?
The decisions made.
Oh, so I'll move that none of the decisions made in committee be public.
I'll second that.
Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whaia tō tātou araki, o ihu karaiti, me te aroha, me te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amitu.
Can I just say thank you all for your patience? It's been a challenging day, but